those opportunities for our local transit. And I'll be going to the Sand Creek Memorial again on the 29th on that Monday. So that day I'll be out of pocket all day. I'll get to CCI late. And of course, we're going to CCI on the 29th, 30th, and 1st of December, 29th and 30th of November and 1st of December for I believe all three of us commissioners are going to that as well. And there's other stuff going on, but that's just what I thought of when I realized we had to do a commissioner's update and glanced at the last page of notes I wrote down yesterday.
CCI does remind me of something. Jarrett Hughes is the governor's, I don't know, I guess some people call him aging czar, but he probably has a real title, but he's the guy who's supposed to be rallying all the aging related initiatives out of the governor's office. And he's going to be giving a talk at CCI. And he and I know each other from work I've done on state boards, but I've talked to him in the past about the possibility of us getting a boomer bond assessment done at the county level. It's been done at Idaho Springs quite a while ago. And what that allows you to do is it gets demographic information and other information about your population that allows you to better understand what opportunities and problems you have. And I think it's kind of a layup to do it. And the other thing too is being as close as we are with an aging population to the capital. I think we're a good area for the governor's office to, I don't want to say experiment, but, roll out different types of new initiatives. And anyway, I don't know what kind of approval we need for that. I know that in the past, there wasn't a lot of support for it at the staff level, but it's something I'd love to circle back around with. And the reason why I'm bringing it up now is I think there's an opportunity, if we want to maybe have a brief conversation with Jarrett down at CCI, and you guys can get a chance to meet him and see if you think that's a good idea or not.
Well, it obviously sounds like a good idea to pay attention to seniors to me. So anyway.
Yeah, Sean, I know this is one of a list that's not very small of things that, I think this board has said we'd love to get to. And I don't mean to try to de-emphasize it by any means. I would love to see us go through that process. Okay, so a couple things from me. I received an invite to a retreat from the Tourism Bureau. And the event has been described as an invite only event. I know that I already expressed, because I had a conversation with Cass Patton from the Tourism Bureau, that we tend to, when we receive invites to send someone somewhere, select ourselves who will go. And so just wanted to see how everyone else feels about going or not going. I don't think it has to be a single commissioner.
Just as an FYI, I've RSVP'd to attend for the morning.
And I have an interest because of conversations I've been having both through NOCO and then beyond that with Kathy Ritter regarding destination management, which is something I started pressing on last year or the year before. And I had a meeting with her about 2 weeks ago in which she was talking about the efforts that she's undergoing with regard to integrating destination management with marketing, primarily management, pretty much all over the place. It's starting to go kind of international. And so what I was talking to her about was just to find out if there was any way on a small scale that her services, consultation, even something as simple as a retreat to help people better understand the concepts that they're already talking about. And so it would be informative for me because of those conversations to be able to attend as well. Because eventually what I or she may do is bring back to the board an idea about something that she can do see if there's something at a scalable model that she can service, that she can provide, or education that she can provide, both regionally and for Clear Creek County. It might help inform us if we're trying to evolve that model. So that's the only reason for my interest in being there, to hear it firsthand and, not miss anything if I can. And just for the FYI, Kathy Ritter was the former state tourism director. And it was really when she got onto that destination management model and sustainable tourism model in a meaningful way, which is when she left the state and started consulting on exactly that for a number of high profile destinations around the country.
Yeah, I looked at the email and it doesn't really say what's going to be covered. So I'm not really sure what my interest level is.
Given that, I don't know. I mean, I can RSVP. You have the email, you could RSVP on your own, or we could just have someone from staff say, we're posting this and all the board members would like invites. And that way, Sean, if you want to come, you can come.
Yeah, I mean, if this is an invite only, I don't want to take away a spot from somebody who may be a big contributor to that conversation, because I may not be.
Okay.
If I could just comment, I realize it's invitation only, but the Tourism Bureau is a public board. And so anybody can go to that meeting. And I've already chatted with Beth to make sure it gets properly posted and that the Tourism Bureau maintains that. But just so you all know, it is technically a public meeting because it is a board. If they're not intending to consider that a meeting, I'm not sure how they would get around that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And I don't know the details about whether I presume they're including their board.
And to be clear, like all of us, when I brought that up, it was only like I'd really like to go. It was not to ace George out in any way, because I hear that he's expressed interest as well. So it's not that at all. If it came down to drawing straws, I'll just take the short straw. But
no, this is good. So I'm not sure I've received something like this from another public organization that's kind of prescripted in this way, but it's okay. So the next thing that I have on my mind is just a quick comment. I did hear that CCI had one of the vendors that throws a dinner party pulled out due to COVID. And so we should all maybe just have that on our radar, that we're experiencing a pretty intense moment in COVID right now, and what's happening down at CCI could change due to that. The other thing that I have is related to gaming. I have two things related to gaming. First, we know that funding that pool of money, that gaming impact pool of money, is optional for the legislature. We know those funds are very important to us. And so Judy Amable and I have been talking about getting a letter together, just asking the JBC to include that $5 million back in the budget for this next coming fiscal year to restore those funds to what they were before the pandemic. JBC's meeting on Friday. I've been talking to Joni Albers and Diane Lee about getting a letter like that drafted. And we're going to try one way or another to have a final letter and ask you to sign it. Obviously, we wouldn't ask the county to sign it because we don't have time right now, but you guys can expect an email just asking you to sign on to a letter asking for JBC to restore those funds.
Might consider looping the Rock House in that too. I know that they've historically been a pretty significant recipient of those funds.
right.
Yeah, the original concept was to do a sign-on letter and reach out to the electeds and applicants from all of the gaming contiguous counties and cities. We may not pull that off by Friday, but yeah, Sean, it's a good point. The other thing related to gaming is that I was confused because I wrote boards, which rhymes with awards. We received the awards. They are pretty dramatically underfunded. I think that the total ask was around 85,000, and I am not remembering if they may have funded 20-30% of that. Some conversation has been had about whether the 5 applicants in Clear Creek County want to just take a across the board reduction, or whether they want to have a conversation about whether there's one of those 5 or whether there's, some difference in needs that would cause us to do something different than that. I think that would be a decision of the Board of County Commissioners. And of course, I don't want to set up any kind of scenario where, we're pitting these applicants against each other. But I just wanted to let you know that they may have conversations that result in and ask that more go to one organization or another. And that's it for my update.
George, I did think of one item I should share. Alyssa Denberg has submitted her resignation and is moving on to a job with the state in the governor's office. So we are losing our recovery coordinator. Not sure yet what we're going to do there, but
That's a disappointment.
yeah, it's a loss for us for sure.
Yeah, good for her though. I mean, where's she landing in the governor's office?
It's my understanding each of the offices have their own recovery coordinators, and they report into the governor's office, and she's going to be heading that up. So all those recovery coordinators are going to be reporting to her. She is.
Yeah, congrats, Alyssa. Work if you're listening.
Thanks, everyone.
And I'll be curious to see, we don't need to jump into this conversation right now, but I don't think anybody's assuming that we would hire another recovery coordinator. There's a possibility we could devolve those tasks, those responsibilities into some other positions or something. And I don't think that conversation's ripe for us to talk about right now, but just.
Yeah, Alyssa and I met last week, and I got a list of all the things she's doing, and it got me wondering how we're going to split all that up. So yeah, we'll see.
I think it is important that we evolve to the point that we can have the conversation pretty soon, but I agree with you. We haven't digested it yet, so.
Definitely. I'll have it on my list to speak with each of you individually when we meet.
Okay, that sounds good. And then it probably doesn't fit into a timeline of trying to work through the ramifications on the budget, but we can always make supplemental appropriations. Next thing on the agenda, unless we want to just jump up and do consent, next thing on the agenda starts at 9:30. Consideration of approval of a revision to the Juvenile Crime Prevention Board Policy and Procedures Manual. If that's a staff only thing, we could just jump into it now.
Don't we have an executive session too?
I don't suspect we have time for that.
40 minutes?
Well, I won't be here at 9 o'clock, starting at 9 o'clock.
Tracy Troy is also not here right now
Yeah.
for the 9:30 item. I don't see her on the
I
list.
think Sheriff Albers is actually taking that item.
Who
It's
is?
not Tracy's. Sheriff's.
Oh, okay. Why don't I do this just so that this goes smoothly? Why don't I go ahead and ask Sean, why don't you pick up chairing so that I can leave when I need to leave without interrupting?
Sure. I guess if there's nobody here and you're leaving at 9 and our next item's at 9:30, it seems like a recess is probably the way to go.
You know, yeah, I was just gonna say, I think we can do one of the items, which is related, well, it's actually two of the executive session items. We can probably do that in 10 minutes. But George, if you do need to leave sooner, whatever you're more comfortable with. I just want to let you know, we probably could squeeze it in.
Well, we're down to 9 minutes and reducing, and we don't have the Zoom link yet. And George needs to be there at 9. I think we let him go.
Okay, yeah, I did send the Zoom link. We'll have it, just so you know, but that's cool. We'll do it when you get back.
Sorry, I hadn't seen that, Peter.
It's all right.
All
We'll
right.
do it. Okay.
And we have a pretty large break, it seems, from 11:30 to 1. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think that's when we were planning to do the executive session, or
I think it's safe to assume I'll be back. I think I'll be done by 9:30 or 10. And in the meantime, I'll just, expect that you guys will proceed with business.
Yeah. Okay. Then it sounds like we maybe should just recess until 9:30, take this back up. Maybe you'll be here, maybe not, George.
Okay,
Works for me.
thanks.
I'll see you right then. Well, it's 9:30. I see George hasn't returned, so I guess I'll see what I can do in his absence. Our next agenda item is revision to the Juvenile Crime Prevention Board Policy and Procedures Manual. And Sheriff, I'm to understand that you're going to take us through that.
Yes, I am. First thing I want to do is correct the title. It's the Juvenile Community Review Board. I think you guys said it has a crime board or something like that. It's
Yeah, so this is a Q house, basically, right?
Q House. Yeah, Juvenile Community Review Board. It's been a couple months ago. We had an incident up there of one of the placements up there ran away and then was involved in some criminal activity down in Denver, some serious criminal activity down in Denver. Per our policy, the criminal activity has to be reported only if it is in Clear Creek County. So what we did, we took it pretty serious because this is some pretty serious crime that this young man was involved in. It was the incident that they did a crime spree down in Denver, ended up shooting another young man down by the Jewish school. I know you probably heard about it down in Denver. One of our runaways was involved in that. So we took it very serious, the board did. Plus there's a lot of other things going on with juveniles this day and age is they closed down Ridgeview and all the step down, I don't know how to phrase it, jails for juveniles. Like Ridgeview, they would go there, they would get training, they would get occupational training, they'd get home passes, this type of stuff. Those are all now gone. So right now the Q House is taking kids that come from a DYC juvenile youth detention facility straight into the Q House. There is no in between anymore. So you're muted, Sean.
So they're coming directly from places like Lookout?
Yeah. And so they don't have like I call it a buffer, or a place to kind of step down, get kind of acclimated to get in back into real life. And they're being not thrown in, but they're getting presented to the Q House for placement at the Juvenile Review Board is getting recommendations to place these kids into our community, into the Q House. We're taking this serious, the board is, and there was a couple changes that we wanted to do in the policies and procedures.
Hey, before you go on, Sheriff, do you have like a 30-second or a minute explanation about why Ridgeview was basically a kind of like a high school for kids in the Department of Youth Corrections. And I really liked that program. I thought it was very valuable to be teaching those young men life skills and stepping them through that program. Do you know why they got rid of it or who got rid of it?
I think it's the legislation change with juveniles laws and this type of stuff. It's really tough to arrest a juvenile anymore. In fact, it has to be almost a life-threatening crime to even arrest them. So it's the times, it's the changes that are taking place within the legislation and stuff that's going on in the world right now.
Okay, that's disappointing, but thanks for that explanation.
Yeah, I think it's Ridgeview is going to be changed into a homeless. I think Governor Polis has recommended that they change Ridgeview into a homeless type hotel or something where homeless people can go. I kind of agree with you. I think it was a good program. I hate to lose it because I think it did some wonderful things.
Hasn't it been there for, it's been there for at least 50 years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and it's closing down. It's sad. I don't know if did Tracy give you a copy of the policies and procedures? No?
There's nothing in the packet.
All right, that I apologize for. I thought she would. Anyhow, what we want to add is just some conditions that if we do approve a juvenile into the Q house, we want to have some, we go into executive session to hear the counselor present the juvenile to us. And then we make a vote out of executive session either to accept or deny the child. And we can put stipulations on that juvenile, like a urine test every week, or he has to have counseling, or, you know, this type of stuff, whatever the board recommends. Basically, what we want to do is change the bylaws, and I'll have to send these to you, or Peter, maybe he can review, because Peter's on the board, even though he's been busy and hasn't made a meeting, but he's on the board. So, and Judge Jones is also on this board, and she's kind of knows a lot about juvenile stuff. The juvenile must meet the conditions set forth by the JCRB board. A written report from the QS program manager must be sent to the JCRB every 14 days in order for the juvenile to remain in the program. The written report the Q House program manager shall include, and then we'll put what the stipulations are in there on what he has to report to us. And another one, Q House manager shall notify the JCRB within 24 hours of an escape. And nowhere in here was there anything that they had to notify us. An escape, somebody walks away from their job. I mean, it's not like they're breaking out of jail. They're just leaving where they work from, or, you know, they're not reporting on the time. The notification of the JCRB of the juvenile escape arrest shall provide the following information: location and time of the incident, where they ran away from and what happened, and what the charges will be against the juvenile when the charges are filed, like escape. And then, you know, they always add the original charges and stuff, or go to court on those. So that's basically kind of what we're doing. I know that Tyler Brown should be getting a hold of you hopefully soon, because we did have one of our Q House young men end up at Safeway, highly intoxicated, and did get criminal charges. Those charges were filed, and he did plead out on those. So per our permit process, he has to file a report with Fred Rollenhagen, and then they have to come to you guys and present that to you guys. That's not the JCRB board's dealings, or we don't have to do that, but Tyler Brown does. Now, the Q House is Tyler Brown, who replaced Robin. I think last I heard is he was leaving, and they have to get a new manager up there. So I don't know where this complaint, not the complaint, but the, I don't know what you'd even call it, the report of the permit process to you guys. I don't know who's going to be doing that, but we notified Tyler last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was in our last meeting 2 weeks ago, that he does need to do that within a certain time period. So we can get that done. But the board is really concerned about, back to the original, of there's no step down for these kids beside the Q House. And some of these kids are institutionalized. They've been in there so long. The Ridgeview was, like Sean said, it's nice. They can get their GED. They can get, you know, start haircutting or play basketball or football and get it, you know, down into the community. But that's gone now. So we're really looking at each case individually and asking some good questions, because we really want to make sure our community is safe when we place these kids. So I'll have Troy follow up with Beth, send you out and maybe we should send it to, I'll just send it to Peter and you guys. And maybe you could look at it and see what you think, and then we can go from there. Is there any questions?
I just want to say thanks for all the work, Sheriff, you and the board have done over the years. I know that the kids get a chance to be in a smaller community, and at least my personal opinion is that on the whole, the kids are a resource to our community. I know they do a lot of work when it comes to recycling and, you know, cleaning out hoarder homes and doing some jobs that are things that not many of us would want to do. And yeah, I'm sad. I mean, I really liked Ridgeview. Ridgeview was a place where the kids would get a chance to get some structure in their lives. And then also, like you said, Sheriff, Ridgeview would send the Q House the kids who'd kind of proven themselves to be capable of, you know, being consistent and having good behavior, the right kind of good behavior. And now that that's gone, I think it is appropriate for us to be a little bit more cautious and maybe have to put in some of those guardrails ourselves. But I appreciate that you guys aren't just throwing up your hands and giving up on the program.
Yeah, same. I've known people that worked at and were dedicated to the mission at Ridgeview for a long, long time. And I really appreciate it. And I've also had the opportunity to work numerous times, as many of us here have, with you know, the young people that came out of the Q House and come down and helped, and you can definitely see them achieving and feeling that sense of community in the place where they are. Listen to some of them start talking about even wanting to occasionally stick around and become part of the community as a result of that. So it's certainly creating a foundation, and I appreciate the fact that we're continuing as well. I'm just using more words to say the same thing Sean just said, and I encourage that we, you know, of course, try to be safe both for those kids and for the community, but that we try to continue this program because it has great value.
I agree. I've been on the board when it first started, and then I took a couple of years off. I've been on there probably the last 10, 12 years. And I wouldn't do it if I wasn't so positive of the positivity that it does, you know, with these kids. There's only, I think the last report, there's only 3 of the ROP young men up there now. Because after that incident that happened in Denver, the board stepped back, we took a look at it, and we really haven't approved another young man up there in the last 2 months to go up there. So we are taking it very serious, and we have talked to the CEO, I guess he is, of the ROP. He's working with us on it, the Q House. He's doing us a great job too. He's also making different rules that their placements have to go into. That's his business. He was at our retreat that we did with the board and was very positive, showed concern, the same things that you all shown and I have shown. So he's very positive in working with us and making sure this program keeps going forward.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that place. I've spent a lot of time up there, and I think the right number for them has historically been about 8 to 10 kids because it has the right level of community. And you start pushing towards 14 or 15 and that things start happening. It's too crowded, but I think the smaller numbers probably not economically sustainable for ROP either.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know the community works well with us. I mean, they give these young men jobs. Loveland was one of the big, especially in the wintertime here, to supplier jobs for these young men and stuff. So, we do have the community that supports us, but I just want to make sure that we're putting the right kids in our area and at these jobs.
All right. Well, thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you.
I think we're good till 10. Peter, is there anything you think we can accomplish without George in the meantime, or should we just take this up again in 15 minutes?
I'd say to take it up in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And George did mention that he wasn't sure how the ordering of things were going to go, so he might be a while before he resurfaces.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I hate to leave any of the 3 of us out of exec session. So.
Okay, we will reconvene at 10.
Back at 10. Thanks.
come back or continue that JCRB consideration?
What's the question, Beth?
Well, we kind of left that open-ended without a continuance or a motion, so I wasn't sure if we needed to continue it to a later date for consideration, or if we need to go ahead and approve it contingent on Peter's approval of the vocabulary.
Yeah, it was an action item. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about our last.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
missing,
Just now.
we're missing Peter right now.
We're missing Peter and Sean. So it's pretty, I mean, I can vote yes, but it's not going to mean anything.
yeah, I mean, we
We'll pick it up when we come back.
Okay. George,
10 o'clock, I'm back.
George, you're done?
I'm done. And just as an update for you, they approved a draft opinion, which I had not seen. Apparently it'll be a few days until they release their opinion in writing. I was told verbally that of the two questions I asked, one being whether I previously had a conflict of interest, apparently they are not issuing an opinion. As to whether I have a conflict of interest moving forward, they do not believe I have a conflict of interest. And we'll have more, obviously in writing, we'll have more detail.
Who forms that board or that committee or whatever that body is?
I know it's obviously staffed by the state. It's commissioners. I didn't really look into their membership. They seem to have legal backgrounds.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah. So anyway, off agenda update. We did not get through consent, I'm presuming.
Correct.
Okay.
But we have one other item that we didn't quite finish previously. We took off after our 9:30 action session. It was actually an action session with consideration of approval of a revision to the juvenile crime prevention. We did not make a motion and take action on that. So Peter suggested that we pick that up. I think Peter or Brian suggested we pick that up at the beginning of this next session and complete that.
Okay.
I was under the impression the sheriff was asking us to review these changes.
I don't think action is appropriate anyway, given there was nothing in the packet to approve.
Right.
Oh, well, that's just what we said on the way out. So
Yeah.
After you left, Peter. So
I will send the updated policies and procedures to the three commissioners, Brian and Peter. And then maybe we can have and maybe it can be on a consent agenda or something. I don't know how you guys handle it after that, but I'll have Tracy send it to you guys. That way you get a copy of it, can read it.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you all for getting me up to speed here. So we will take that up in a future meeting. Next thing on the agenda is consent agenda. Is anybody asking for anything to be explained?
I'm a tiny bit curious, well, more than a tiny bit, about writing off delinquent taxes. I don't know that I've ever seen that before in my time here. Item number 4, I'm sorry, 5.
Is Treasurer Lee, no.
she
There's
is.
somebody named Carol on the line, but I don't know if that's her. I can cross her over. We have done this before a few times.
And yeah, and I'm happy to speak to that as well. This is more administrative in nature. It does happen. What happens typically is I'll discuss it with the treasurer to make sure that we've complied with everything related to the law. We talk about whether or not there's any opportunity to recover, and then she ends up putting forward a motion like this, and a resolution like this, and then an item like this, and then as Beth said, we've done it a number of times in the past.
Pull up my
This
agenda.
has more to do with those that have been around a long time and have been deemed unrecoverable.
Can you guys hear me yet? It's Carol.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, good. You can't see me, but you can hear me. Those are basically Forest Service permits. It's called possessory interest. People are doing business on Forest Service land, and they had to apply for a Forest Service permit at least 2 years ago. They are exceedingly difficult to collect. And I actually got some that I was going to write off today. But I don't even have a way to find these people. And so 2 years, a year after they've become delinquent, so they're 2 years old, most treasurers just go to the board and ask them to be written off.
I see. So are these kind of like people that are doing, that are vendors on federal public land and stuff like
Yes,
that?
yes.
Maybe operating, selling things or whatever, but not.
Well, they're filming a movie or a commercial.
Or outfitting
Yeah.
or
Well,
recreation.
no, the outfitters, yeah, the outfitters, but I go after them because I know who they are.
Yeah.
And that's one of the ones I just collected 3 years worth.
Then we have people setting up t-shirt shops at the top of the pass or something like that too.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the explanation. I noticed it was a total of $56, so I've already probably been wasting the public's time and money.
Well, I have to get them off my books and I can't without this kind of documentation. So for 56 bucks, I'm not sure how much time I should spend on it, more than I already have.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
And I have a quick question for Ms. Lieben about the water lease. My question is, and this is just, please satisfy my curiosity.
I think that's after the
Yeah,
consent.
that's action. I'm pretty sure it's action. It just
Yeah.
doesn't say action
It,
item.
it was originally in the consent agenda, then it got pulled to be after the agenda. When you look at it, it looks like it should be item number 7 on the consent agenda, but it's actually a separate item. And it's possible, I'm not sure if that was on the latest version, but it's on the version that's online.
Yeah, I was not using the latest version. Okay, in that case, I don't have any questions. I'm gonna go ahead and read these consent agenda items. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 3, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-92, authorizing the disposal of 2 Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office vehicles. Item number 4, consideration of approval of public trustee quarterly report. Item number 5, consideration of approval of county treasurer's request to write off delinquent taxes. Item number 6, consideration of approval of First Amendment to 2018 CDBG grant and business loan fund agreement between Clear Creek County and the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now we can move to taking up consideration of approval of water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement for the Idaho Springs RV Park. Mrs. Lieben, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and everyone. I'm actually very pleased this got pulled because it gives me an opportunity to illustrate how important and what the foresight that Clear Creek County had to create the water bank as a resource for economic development. You will remember that last October, you approved the Idaho Springs RV Park, which has 55 RV sites, 19 cabins, a general store and registration building, a maintenance barn and garage, 2 single-family residences, a bathhouse, laundry, and outdoor hydrants for the campers. And he's breaking ground as we speak. I'm pleased to say that he's on board, hopes to open next spring. So as part of his opening, he needed a legal water supply, and the county is, this lease represents the 2.843 acre feet of water to lease to him. It's technically Clear Creek Venture LLC, but as doing business as the Idaho Springs RV Park. And for those of you that don't know, the property is located at 2700 Stanley Road in Dumont. And the lease will go into effect if approved today on April 1st, 2022. He's paid the $2,000 application fee. Upon approval of the lease by the board, there will be a $10,000 plan augmentation plan fee that will be paid, in addition to a $750 administrative yearly fee that he will pay every year. And the price of the water per acre feet is $2,500 per acre foot. For that water, he actually orders every year. For the water that's not ordered, that's in the lease, it's half of that amount, or $12.50 an acre foot. So I can go into more detail, but I will stop there to see if you have questions of any portion of this lease.
My only question is what methodology you use to arrive at market value for this water lease?
We're still under the rates that were approved, I believe, in 2017 by the board. The same water fee table.
Do you have any comments about how that compares to the market rate in 2021?
Right.
We've asked our attorneys to look into that without an extensive analysis. We believe we're very reasonable, of course, because we're the only game in town, but we should look in the next year or two at probably revising that upwards.
And
Go ahead.
one other quick question I had. So if I was building a business and my livelihood depended on the water lease and having that secured off into the foreseeable future, I would want a forever lease. Like how do we manage that process between making sure that we're directing our water towards causes or needs that benefit the community as a whole versus tying up water rights forever where we might wish we hadn't? I mean, I don't know, I didn't ask the question in a very good way, but like how long does this lease last for and what happens at the end of it?
Well, the lease is a 10-year lease with an automatic renewal if they are in compliance with all stipulations and conditions for another 10 years. So 20 years if basically, and then it would be re-reviewed. We do have our first 25-year water lease. One of the very first ones we did for 25 years in 1997. That's coming up to you in January. And we, at this point in time, our attorneys recommended that we not lease water for another 25 years, that all leases be the 10 and 10 so that review can happen. And as you mentioned, it's more appropriate at a shorter interval. We would be able to sell this water as fast as we could if we actually wanted to sell. Most people want to buy it. And of course, we don't go there because that's not the purpose of the county basin-wide augmentation plan. It's to do long-term leases for economic development.
Okay, thanks.
Well, to enable economic development as well as things like perhaps workforce housing and things like that.
Yes.
Or housing for humans, even beyond workforce housing, but workforce housing, hopefully, it's kind of the same thing. They overlap largely. And so I had one other question, which was when asked, how does the price, Sean asked a very good question. Well, how does that price compare to 2021? And you said, well, it's very reasonable because we're the only game in town, which begs two more questions or two more directions or meanings for that instantly. Obviously, when you're the only game in town, you can certainly achieve market value at a minimum. And so when you say it's very reasonable, I was wondering if for whom that's reasonable, for the buyer or for the seller, or is it really right on what the market value in 2021 is of that water?
We believe it's very close to market value. Exactly how close, we're not sure without an extensive study. It would take, because water rights owned are very, very different. Each one is quite unique, and based on the history, they're based on the water decree, the uses allowed, a lot of different factors. So we do believe we're close to market rate at this point. Probably, but if we were a private developer, like you said, we'd probably ask more because we could.
Well, then that begs the question of what the real market value is, I guess, whether it's right on. I mean, if you can't ask, the market, establishes itself in that manner. All right, thanks.
I'd like to see us, and this is not what we're here for, but since it came up, I'd like to see us have a conversation about the kinds of things we might want to charge less for and the kinds of things we might want to charge more for. I think that's within our right and certainly within our mandate by our constituents to, direct development to where it serves them. And then I don't know, Lisa, it's probably not, do you feel like it's feasible to update our understanding of what the market rate is prior to our lease negotiations in January?
I don't think we have time to do that before January because that lease is already in the stages of being negotiated, or the negotiations have started, and we have to kind of rush on that because per our water decree, we have to give that lease 35 days to notice in water court. So if the objectors have any issues, they get to jump in, and we have to just have a discussion with them to address their objections. So that's why we're moving on a short timeline on that one. So, and our water attorneys have expressed that it would be a study to find market rate in the value of our water would take some effort on their part and our engineers' part. So I don't think we could accomplish it in that time frame.
I'm just
Okay.
curious, what sort of a use is that one that's coming around in January for a renewal, Lisa?
It is the Conestoga Wagon Park at the base of Berthoud Pass, the 4 cabins and house that's on the left side as you're going up.
Okay.
Well, most of this should be reserved for a future date. The kind of things that pop into my head are whether we're talking economic development or, human infrastructure, making sure we've got the things we need here that we've identified as major goals that, and what George talked about, prioritization of maybe even pricing, more for this, less for that. Things that bring a significant number of jobs or things that enable our housing stock are things of high value to us versus those that may not do that and may bring other kinds of benefits to the public tax dollars or to the beneficiaries themselves. But anyway, that's all part of the conversation that we would have down the road that I think George alluded to.
Yeah, I think that's a good conversation to have too. I mean, it's such a dear resource.
Right.
It seems like maybe not the thing to be pushing our thumb on the scale, but I mean, I haven't really thought about it that much.
Yeah, Lisa, I'll circle back to how you started this. The foresight of the people who made this investment before us, the commissioners and staff people who made this investment before us. If there's a tool we have that makes us feel like we're in control of our future, it might be this one. So thanks to everyone who built this water bank.
Mm-hmm.
That said, back to the topic at hand, any other questions on this lease? And if not, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement for the Idaho Springs RV Park.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next thing on the public agenda is 11 o'clock COVID-19 update. I suspect we can use this time to get through most, if not all, of our executive session materials. Okay, therefore I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Sorry, I was on mute and hold on. Pursuant to CRS 264402-4B and E, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to District Court Case Number 2021 CV 30029, Roan versus Board of County Commissioners of Clear Creek County et al., determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation or determining negotiation strategies, or instructing negotiators with regard to an offer from the plaintiff to settle the case. Pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to CRS 246402-4D. And pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act regarding law enforcement encounters with individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the board will now adjourn into executive session. We will leave this Zoom meeting open as our public meeting. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made, and the board will return here at 11 o'clock for the COVID-19 update. Thank you all.
They'll be right here.
Okay. Apologies for the slight delay there. I was notified by Sean that he will not be attending this update. So I think we can go ahead and move forward. It's 11:04. This is the COVID-19 update. Dr. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Good morning, everyone. So let's do the numbers, shall we? We're now at 47 plus million confirmed cases across the United States. The new case rate is 83,917 per day as a 7-day average. That is a 10,000 per day increase over last week. So the decline that we saw over the last 2 months across the country has stopped. The plateau lasted a week, and now we are on the upswing. The Thanksgiving holiday will expedite that process quite quickly. Hospitalizations, we've seen an actual 1% increase over the last 7 days across the entire country, reflecting that increase in cases. Fatalities, we have now lost 763,116 plus Americans are dead due to COVID. Current rate of death is 1,133 per day as a 7-day average. 2-week test positivity across the country is at 5.4%. Contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated and the Delta variant. The vaccination rate across the country, we are only at 59.2% of the country is fully vaccinated, which explains the spread. 68.7% are vaccinated with 1 dose. Here in Colorado, unfortunately, we are ahead of the curve in the United States, and our cases have been increasing over the last 2 months, and now they have really taken off. The current number of daily cases is now in excess of 3,192 per day. As a 7-day average, 2-week cumulative incident rate is now 693 per 100,000. Hospitalizations. Currently, there are over 1,500 people in the hospital. 81% of those are the unvaccinated. 94% of the hospital ICU beds in this entire state are full. Again, that's 94% of hospital ICU beds in this state are full. As I said, over 1,500 individuals are currently hospitalized with confirmed cases of COVID in the state of Colorado. Our 2-week test positivity rate in this state is very quickly approaching 10%. It is at 9.97%. Contributing factors in this state, the unvaccinated, as stated above, and the Delta variant. In this state, we are at 72.7% of the eligible population who are fully vaccinated. Here in Clear Creek County, unfortunately, our numbers are following that trend. Since the last time we spoke, we have had 3 additional hospitalizations and an additional fatality occurring here in our county. So our numbers have changed since I actually wrote this yesterday. 22 cases in the last 7 days, although we now have 30 active cases in the county. And that's only the ones we know about. 43 over the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 834. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 457 per 100,000 here in the county. Test positivity rate is at 8.2%. Contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated. Testing updates, no updates, except we continue to have testing 3 times a week in this county, twice in Idaho Springs at the new clinic in the parking lot on Minor Street on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and in Georgetown on Mondays. And that site may be moving as well for the winter. We'll let you know. Vaccine update. We have held vaccine clinics at each and every one of the elementary schools in our county, providing vaccines to those children and whose parents are willing and able to get them vaccinated. We will be having another clinic on Friday, this Friday, at the middle school, high school, not only providing pediatric vaccines, but also doing booster shots to all staff who are eligible to receive that. Any questions?
Will there be, and sorry if I missed it, as you ran through all this data really quick, other than this coming week or this week, other than the vaccine clinic at the school, will there be any other vaccine clinics in Clear Creek?
Yes, there will be, Randy. So we have a clinic every single Wednesday at the Clear Creek Health and Wellness Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. In anticipation of what is already happening and what will be coming in the coming months, we have requested 2 additional nurses to help facilitate and staff those clinics. And we're hoping to have one on Wednesday and Thursday at the Health and Wellness Center. So we'll have twice a week. The Safeway in Idaho Springs has vaccines available every single day of the week, as well as 3 or 4 pharmacies in Evergreen area.
And Safeway does have both Moderna and Pfizer, I believe.
I believe so.
The
That
boosters.
that may change week to week, depending on what supply they get. I do not believe they have yet pediatric Pfizer. We have plenty here. We just received more this morning that we ordered last week. So the county has plenty of pediatric. We have basically every vaccine available in the United States.
Okay, so and I know that the pediatric Pfizer was available for the original dose. Are you speaking of the booster at Safeway?
There's no pediatric booster at this point.
Okay, so that's why I was asking the question, because I know I've known of people who took their kids to get the Pfizer at Safeway. So
okay, yeah, they may have received. I don't know.
Okay.
What
all right. Well, and the only reason I asked the question was I want to make sure that when you mentioned the school, that people didn't think that was in lieu of the one at the clinic. So thanks.
Yeah, the clinic will have it available, and we will have all vaccines available on our Wednesday clinic here, as well as Thursday.
See a good question here in the chat. Anything that folks need to know about vaccine and testing schedules surrounding the Thanksgiving holiday?
The only thing that may be affected is the Thursday testing here in Idaho Springs. If I had to guess, no, they're not going to be here on Thanksgiving Day. We will be having a clinic the Wednesday before Thanksgiving next week, and then testing will resume the following week. I would highly recommend that everyone get tested post-vaccine, 5 day or post-Thanksgiving. 5 days after your interaction with your friends, relatives, and others. If the last 2 years are any indication of what we can expect a giant surge. Right now, the state modeling predictions are that we will exceed hospital capacity in the next 6 weeks in this state. And as you are aware, the governor declared a crisis care, which means basically not everyone who walks into the hospital is going to get service, which is a massive problem. So the crisis standards of care are not a good thing. So
I understand that the CALFO, Colorado Association of Local Public Health Officials, sent a letter to Governor Polis urging him to implement a statewide face mask rule.
that is correct. We did that last Friday. It
Any
was
response? Any response?
That was my question, yeah.
not a word.
Okay. And then I think we've seen that Boulder County, Larimer County have face mask orders. I know San Juan County had one some months ago, and maybe San Miguel had one. Are there any that I'm missing?
You know,
And
I think-
And that was really the impetus for the letter from CALFO. The piecemeal approach that we've been forced into over the last 12 months or more hasn't worked, has not been effective. And it's the rationale and reasoning behind our letter to the governor requesting that the entire state is all on the same page. Because a lot of the counties that are feeding the hospitals, meaning patients are coming from those counties are unable and unwilling to pass a mask mandate. So the only way to be really effective or even remotely effective is if it is a statewide mandate, not a piecemeal county by county.
I think, you know, without being too dark or anything, but trying to, or preachy or anything like that, one thing to think about right now, especially coming into a holiday like Thanksgiving, is there are all kinds of things that people do, some of them more and less benign normally, that can cause them to end up having to go to a hospital, whether it's for blood pressure, whether it's for all kinds of things. So when you go through a holiday period where there's a lot of partying and things going on, there are all kinds of judgments that we make that we normally get away with that don't always work out. It's good to know, it's good for everybody to know right now that as we make those judgments, about what we do, how we eat, how we know it affects our bodies, take care of yourselves because you might not get let in the door if something goes wrong.
I was going to share, I was in Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles over the last 4 days. And there was not I should say every single establishment that we walked inside, you had to show a vaccination card or they would not let you in. They wouldn't even let you in the door without revealing a vaccination card.
That's the action that we saw the state take, was around events in excess of 500 people. And Clear Creek County was not listed in that order. I don't know that we have any venues that would cause 500 people to gather. Is that your understanding as well, Dr. Ryan?
It is, yeah.
My first thought was, do we need to opt into this or look at this? But yeah, we just don't have those venues.
No, we don't. And I think 500 is incredibly generous. You get, right now, 1 in less than 50 individuals is actively infected in the state. So you let 100 people in and 2 people in that room are going to be COVID positive and actively infectious. So. You know, here we are 2 years in.
I sent along pretty interesting piece of reporting. I don't think there was necessarily new information in it, but feels like making a signal stronger around the relationship between income and vaccine uptake, and considerations for families, I know that we've noticed this in our own data, that it seems to be adults who are of an age that it's likely they have children, or more likely, and their children. This article was saying that things like uncertainty around if they had to miss a day of work, would their money would they get reimbursed? Even just scheduling are some challenges there. And I want you to know, Dr. Ryan, I'd be very interested in anything we can do locally to offer paid leave to people who get vaccinated, or whatever else to try to just make sure that anybody who's out there who wants to get vaccinated can do so seamlessly in their life. I know that there's, sometimes you end up down for a day afterwards, and sometimes you don't.
Well, George, I appreciate that. And I think the sheer act of getting vaccinated will help you avoid being isolated or quarantined from work. Plain and simple. So that would pay for itself by the mere act of getting vaccinated. What we've seen in the high school, middle school, where we are doing serial testing, that the serial testing and vaccines of students has allowed them to not be quarantined, and allowed that time off or time away from school to be avoided because of the fact they are being tested and or vaccinated. It's had a huge impact on those kids. They're not missing 14 days of school anymore. They're being serial tested and are already vaccinated. So it's had a great impact in that sense. Similarly for the broader public, you're vaccinated. It's a different course of action than if you are unvaccinated and you become COVID positive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can appreciate that. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I also know I was, raised by a family of 5 by a line cook and a preschool teacher. And I know what it feels like to at least hear your parents talk about after they miss a day of work, whether they're going to pay rent or fix the car. And if we can, I think we have a lot of people in Clear Creek County in that situation. And if we can find a way to design a program that people know, if I go get vaccinated, I can take the next day off at work and I will be paid. And we might see that change vaccine uptake rates, assuming we can put it together and communicate it and everything else. I realize that's not exactly a light lift, and the person who would do that is our recovery coordinator, and they're not going to be with us for more than a couple weeks. But I read that, and it caused me to think about just what we can do to make getting a vaccine feel more seamless in people's lives.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, 7 billion doses have been given out worldwide, 450 million in this country alone. It's more than proven safe. It's more than proven effective. Self-preservation for one's own life and well-being. I can't imagine what more motivation is than that. We're here many days a week. It's free. We're here after hours. We're here at lunchtime. Call us. We'll come to your house and vaccinate you in your home. We've done dozens and dozens of those already over the last 2 years. If your situation is such that you can't get here, let us know. We will literally come to your home and vaccinate you and your family. So it's the only thing going to turn this around. I know the governor's promoting booster doses and pediatrics. When 81% of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated, booster doses aren't going to change that equation. It's going to need to take much bigger things than that. Stopping the spread with a mask mandate statewide would be highly effective. And more people getting vaccinated for the first time would also change that equation. I know I've said this before, but I think people need to think about other people. The folks in the hospital who have been working their butts off for 2 years are absolutely exhausted. I'm more than happy to bring a few of them on to share with the broader community the struggles that they face every single day. Being asked to do jobs that they're actually not trained to do because there's nobody else to do them, is not fair to them. It's not fair to have them work day in and day out, 7 days a week, 2 years in, because somebody is exercising their right. It's not fair to them. It's about us.
Yeah, yeah, and I know, I mean, I know I went and I got my booster. I got my booster because I know that the antibody boost might keep me from ending up in the hospital or keep me from getting it and putting somebody else in the hospital, and helping us get through this wave. I know that's why the reason a lot of people are showing up to get boosters. When I showed up half hour before a meeting thinking I'd have time, and there was too long a line. I had to go back and come later in the day, which I think is really good news, because there's a lot of people in Clay Creek County that understand the need to do that. So
65% of us. To answer Corinne's question on there, no, we're not right now. To my point earlier, a hodgepodge of random counties implementing a mask mandate is proven to not be effective. Many businesses and many individuals won't act unless it is a statewide mandate. So that's the unfortunate situation we're in. As Commissioner Marlin stated, we sent a letter collectively, the public health directors in this state, to the governor requesting a statewide mask mandate immediately. It was gone. It has been unresponded to. So here we are.
I know I've said this in the past. I would be in support of any kind of a regional approach that involves those communities that we mix populations with, like Jefferson County. I don't think a mask mandate in Clear Creek County alone will do it, will change our outcomes. But if we can put together something that brings in some of the metro areas with us, I think that I would be in support of that. And then there's a question, are there any states that do have a statewide mask mandate in place right now? Dr. N, you might, I think California may, and I think they may be the only one.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look.
Oregon also. State of Oregon.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? I've got someone noting that in Austria, they just began some version of at-home orders for people who are not vaccinated. Thanks for that update. I had not heard that. I guess I will just note that just like we did when we were early in the adult uptake period, I'd be curious to see, some breakdowns of who appears to be choosing to get their kids vaccinated in terms of demographics in some future update.
Yeah, I think we can do that in our next 2 weeks meeting. We should have numbers by then, and everyone will have had the opportunity to get vaccinated by then. So.
And then one other question here. Variants present in the county right now. I think the Delta variant took over as the dominant strain quite some time ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Delta variant is 100% of samples we take every week in this state. The CDPHE, which is linked on our website, has that data up and available on their website. It's under the COVID. If you type in CDPHE COVID data, it's on that website. It not only has the variants and the sentinel tracking that they're doing every single week, but lots and lots of other information. I know that's linked on our website, but if you do type in CDPHE COVID data, it will take you right to their website where all of that information is.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the update. I don't see any other comments or questions. We will see where we're at in not 2 weeks, 3 weeks is our next meeting. Thank you.
Sounds good. Be well. Wear your mask. Get vaccinated.
Okay. Looking over to my agenda, I believe that nothing remains until 1 o'clock. Am I correct? And we're through with executive session. Okay, then we will be on break until 1 o'clock when we have the 2022 budget presented to us.
See you at 1.
Okay, it's 12:58, so it looks like we'll get started in just a couple minutes with this budget presentation.
Safe. Right, bye. Randy, you look like you just got done robbing someone.
I was out terrorizing the neighborhood. I took a quick hike up the hill and then got a little laundry going too. So not bad for a break. Did
All
my
right.
first constitutional. I think I'm going to get 2 hikes today. That one and another longer one later.
So it is 1 o'clock. This is our reconvening our Board of County Commissioners meeting. Reconvening probably is not the right term, but we are back from break for a presentation of the proposed 2022 Clear Creek County Public Trustee and Emergency Services General Improvement District budgets to present them to the public and receive public comment. So Brian, the floor is yours.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. All right, for the board members, this is gonna look pretty familiar. Pretty much the same presentation that we provided you on October 12th when we first discussed the budget. First and foremost, we want to ensure that we're meeting your strategic objectives that you established in 2021, reestablished in 2021, I should say. So one of the first things you want to do is ensure that the budget itself is funding your priorities as a board. We want to continue hopefully funding existing levels of service that the public has come to enjoy from the services that we provide. And then some employee retention and recruitment issues that we're having in several of our areas. I guess, and we're not alone in that with respect to government or in the business communities struggling finding staff as well. So to start out, just a little bit of a kind of a big picture overview of our fund balances by fund reserves by each individual fund. You'll see in total, we're eating about $1 million into our fund balance. As you can see there at the bottom, 1.2 net change in the general fund. An increase. Road and Bridge eating a little bit into that. We have not had an opportunity yet to meet and discuss what the passage of the tax means for us. So nothing has changed with respect to their budget yet in terms of a project, but that's something we'll be doing here shortly, is getting together with Road and Bridge and having a conversation about what the new funding source is going to mean for us. So again, that's a little bit of a snapshot of our funds across all of our funds in terms of our fund balance and their reserves. Property taxes and sales taxes. Property taxes continue to decline, pretty much flat at this point. We're projecting a 1% decline from the current fiscal year. Sales tax does continue to increase, so that's a good thing for us. I mean, helping us, at least helping us with some of the fact that our property taxes are down. So we'll look at our taxes across all our two main funding sources. Revenues by fund, the lion's share of our work, it falls in the general fund, which makes it the largest share. Road and bridge at 5.2 million, 3.5 million in capital projects, etc. So that's the projected revenue for 2022 by fund. And the projected expenditures by fund, again, general fund being the largest, having the most employees in it, with the majority of our services residing there. Road and bridge at 5.2, projects 3.3, etc. So I'll look at total expenditures for each of our funds. Any of the board members have questions, please stop me and let me know. Operating expenditures by all of our elected offices and divisions in total. So you can get a look there at their estimates, their 2020 actual budget numbers, and then what we're projecting and recommending for the 2022 budget, 29 million in total in expenditures. In terms of the general fund, again, our largest fund with respect to revenues and expenses. Property tax making up 9.6 million. Sales tax at 2 million, 9%. That funds our capital project list. Intergovernmental at 4.3, etc. So general fund revenues. General fund expenses. Public safety having lion's share of the employees, lion's share of the expense in terms of the fund. General government, quite a number of folks underneath the county manager division as well. So there's a breakdown of the expenses by fund. Moving on into some of the other funds, road and bridge projected revenues. This includes the new increase in sales tax, as you can see there. Property taxes at 2 million. Total in revenues for road and bridge. 5.2 projected in expenses. Again, we have not sat down and discussed what that new tax is going to mean in terms of projects. I'm sure that's going to be a future agenda item for the board for us to discuss with the three of you. But 5.2 million in total expenditures in our road and bridge fund. Operational expenditures by each of our funds. Down in public health and emergency.
Ryan,
yes, sir.
You lost your microphone for the last sentence that you spoke. It just didn't come through.
Okay, so this is the major operational expenditures. Expenditures by fund. What you're seeing there is the estimate, what we're estimating to end the year at, and what we're projecting and recommending for expenditures in 2022. General fund at 22 million. Again, most of our employees there, most of our services residing there. Hence, it's the largest fund. Public health and emergency services going down just a bit. So those are expenditures by major fund. During your October 12th review, you did tentatively agree to add in the public information officer position to use ARPA funds to pay for that in its first year, and then a 3% cost of living adjustment for all employees. And we did add the revenue coming in, the projected revenue coming in for road and bridge. We just have not added anything related to projects as of yet. Again, that'll be a future agenda topic for the board. But this is what's changed since the last time the board has seen the budget on October 12th. And just some key messages and takeaways from building the budget, especially for me in terms of building my first budget for the county. As you saw on that first slide, property taxes continue to decline. Good to know that sales taxes are increasing ever so slightly. But in the end, our expenditures are outpacing our revenues, and there's just not a lot of big ticket items anymore that one can just cut out of the budget. And so really, And this is really an issue of how do we sustain our operations, over the longer term, et cetera. So with that, happy to take any questions from the board. We can go to public comment.
Just a quick process question from me. It sounds like the planned expenditures from the new sales tax revenue probably will end up being a supplemental appropriation. It probably won't be incorporated into this year's budget. Is that correct?
We're projecting the revenue in what you're going to be brought. So the projected revenue is now in the budget. We have not added any projects yet, additional projects yet to the list.
Okay.
So if we need, we may need to, there may be a supplemental appropriation coming in the future to appropriate, funds for additional projects. Yes.
Okay.
But I think that should be it. We'll bring that as a separate item for you to, discuss the list, et cetera. So.
Thank you.
I've asked this about 12 times now, and I've never gotten an answer. But I was always curious before the pandemic about the impact of sales tax and where the sales tax was coming from, particularly things like online deliveries from Amazon, now that that's taxed. And I'm as curious now as I ever was.
Where the sales tax is coming from.
Just
okay.
Because I mean, one of the reasons why I'm curious, besides the fact I'm pathologically curious about everything, is because I think it will help inform our confidence in growth trends with that sales tax in terms of what its sources are.
Yeah. Okay.
Much better predictions.
And Sean, I share your curiosity. I think that would be an excellent thing to ask our incoming finance director to take a look at.
Yeah, I got thinking about it again with the road and bridge or public works. I mean, the type of projects and the timing of them is going to be informed by what we think the sales tax revenue is going to look like.
We can get you that breakdown of the sales tax for sure.
And that was another one too, since we're talking real quick, and then I'll not drag us down any more rabbit holes. But another question I asked before your time was the new hotel, the microtel, will have a significant impact on our lodging tax. And I've asked the Tourism Commission or board a couple of different times about what they thought that was going to look like, and I've never gotten an answer. But I think it would be useful to know that too. I mean, the scale, that's going to be a lot less, but I think in terms of their budget, it's probably going to be meaningful.
Okay.
Because I think it's like 82 more rooms on top of maybe 177 that we had countywide beforehand.
Right. So about a 40% increase somewhere in there, 40, 45.
That should be a number that's easy to get. So
it should be in our own budgets, I think, because we budget for that and then transfer.
Correct.
I just don't know anybody ever kind of looked at what was happening at the beginning of the year to figure out where we thought that was going to land after the things normalized and their occupancy rate stabilized, et cetera.
So in 2020, we collected $236,000 in lodging tax. We're estimating to collect. Yeah, see, this estimate can't be right. We're estimating to collect less in 21 right now. And the budget in 22 we're projecting is 250. And to be honest with you, I don't know where those numbers came from. I need to check. I'll have to check that myself. We get that from the Lodgers Tax Bureau or not. So I'll have to check that also.
Maybe they were based on historical without taking into account. And of course, the occupancy of that hotel and the amount of time it was open, all that stuff is, I mean, a 40% increase in rooms may or may not mean a 40% increase in revenues, but
I mean, the estimate is really based on what we're collecting today. Date. I don't have I'll have to get I don't have the actual in front of me, so I'll have to look.
We did have, I know, it wasn't 40 rooms, maybe it was 20 rooms in Idaho Springs get converted to housing. And so that might be part of why those numbers don't look like we had expected them to, based on
that's a
a
good point.
conversation 6 months ago.
Like Brian said, they need to take a harder look and figure all those guesstimates out, all those ideas.
Yeah. Okay, well, I know just for the benefit of the public, I know the board has sat through, this will be our third work session on this, and got a lot of answers and had a lot of conversations. So I wouldn't begrudge anyone for not having many questions right now. I'll move to public comment as soon as you feel like you're done with your.
I'm good. I think we've been through this thoroughly as it's developed. I know the questions that I had early on were answered pretty quickly by Brian. So
I think my other ask, and it's a long-term one, is just to take another pass at our long-term trends, particularly when we have a new finance director
Yes.
in place, because I think that's going to be something they're going to need to know intimately as well. And a lot has changed since Carl Small was here, and I don't think anybody's really fooled around with the primary assumptions that underlie that, and probably about time to revisit that next year.
mhm.
I personally want to know that myself. So yeah.
Yeah, me too. But I think that's otherwise, I mean, I would say, Brian, this was a pretty big project for you to spearhead in the absence of an actual finance director. So your efforts have not been unnoticed. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
And I think it's great for Brian too. I mean, in terms of between the one-on-one, I just want to compliment you on a number of things that have been going on here. And I'll just, the one-on-ones you have with the commissioners, the amount of time that you've spent to want to go around and see the different areas of the county, the way you've dug in with everyone, and then being thrown into this frying pan. This frying pan was an outstanding, fast-paced orientation to the state of the county. Obviously financially, but also those finances imply a whole lot of other things that you had to get on board with and understand why those finances were there. So I'm hoping that you derived a lot of great benefit out of it, and I appreciate your effort on it.
Thank you. Definitely learned a lot. I should give another public thank you to Patsy Hernandez, who helped us get through that process, as well as to all the departments and divisions who put a lot of work in the budgets at their level also. So it's a team approach, team effort.
All right. With that, I think I will go ahead and open it up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to provide a comment, you can click raise hand. And your hand will go up kind of like that. And we'll bring you over and hear what you have to say. You can also feel free to type questions into the chat or comments. And we'll just hold that open for a little bit while people find their buttons.
Don't everyone speak at once.
I know I've been in that moment. I'm sure we all have, where you're just trying to find your raise hand button. At this point, I think it's safe to say no one here is having that moment. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. We have another public presentation of the budget at 6 p.m. today. Are there any other questions or comments right now? Peter?
Just so the board is aware, I won't be at the 6 o'clock session. I already talked with Brian about that. I don't think there's going to be any need for me to attend it. I will have my cell phone with me if for some reason I have to pop on.
So what time is it there, Peter?
It is 2:19 there, so you are an hour
Behind.
behind.
Huh. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the shape of the coastline there. So it will be, yeah, that all makes sense. I would think permission granted.
Thank you.
The beach at 7 o'clock is, anyway, never mind.
Jealousy inducing is what it is.
Like you're facing a wall as opposed to the other view right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, well, thank you to the team and everybody. We will see you all at 6 p.m. Until then, we'll be on break.
Thank you. 6 o'clock.